but this time she's not letting her cubs out of her sight. She decides to bring them to work. The growing cubs are ready for a real meal. She needs more than a young fawn. This time she's going to go for a larger prey, the mother. She schemes to win not by force or even speed, but by deception. Only a mother knows how protective a mother can be. There's water here now, but within a month, it'll dry up, and the wildebeest will leave town. Saba wants to snag one before they go. A wildebeest is much easier to kill than a buffalo. With 8 growing cubs, she and her sisters have their work cut out for them. The pride males are out on patrol, so Saba enlists the older cubs to help in the upcoming hunt. Savudi lions know one thing for sure. The odds fall in their favor at nighttime. Wildebeest have weak night vision, much like our own. Lion night vision is believed to be 8 times sharper than a human's. The wildebeest are running in the dark, but the lions can see them. By using infrared lights, our cameras can see what the prey can't. On the marsh plain, the wildebeest could bolt in any direction. Instead of a solo ambush, Saba opts for the 2-pronged attack. Position herself with a second lioness on one side of the wildebeest, and the adolescent cubs on the opposite side. If she can get the young hunters to scare the wildebeest towards her, it's game over. The pride moves into position. After following the adults on countless hunts, the cubs know what's expected of them. Saba gets into position. The first youngster makes his move. A second forces the wildebeest towards Saba. Tested strategy tailored for this open marsh plain. Everyone eats, even the littlest. News of fresh meat travels quickly. When you're a successful Savudi predator, hyenas are your constant rivals. Saba's meal and the cubs at risk. Despite lions being bigger and stronger, the hyenas have numbers. Saba is protective of her cubs for good reason. She will defend them to the death. Saba protected her meat and her cubs with great courage. But she's paid a huge price for the victory. The hyenas fought tough and gouged the flesh of her hind leg. It's a serious wound that could kill her if it gets infected. With Saba now injured, the whole pride is in danger. Now, the male calls in Saba and the cubs for dinner. After almost a week, the males are back with the pride. It's a bittersweet reunion. Saba's had it tough. A quick greeting secures their bond. At least he's got them a meal. But no one eats until Daddy eats. And he doesn't share easily. Full belly is their big break. But there's also not a lot left after the nomads and the male got their fill. The pride has to get right back out there and take down their own buffalo. The herd's now on the edge of the woodland, moving toward hunting zone 1, the marsh plain. There's more space on the marsh and the buffalo are more exposed. If the herd stays here tonight, the pride's got a chance. With the male back, Saba's got the reinforcement she needs to take on the ultimate challenge. A big buffalo to feed the whole pride. The open marsh is their favorite hunting zone. The pride now has strength in numbers. This time, they'll work as one. The pride strategy is to attack from a single angle. The open marsh plain allows them the space to mount a single offensive and allows a safe zone behind them where they can retreat unscathed. On a united front, they have more support from each other and can attack in waves, keeping up the offensive for longer. The buffalo may not see the lions in the dark, but they can smell them. The herd assembles their defensive strategy, also a united front. Predator and prey face each other down. A Savudi-style game of chicken. things off. At 1,000 pounds each, the big bulls don't scare easily. But they can't see the lions in front of them. Saba makes a move. The cubs put their training into practice. They know this requires team effort. A bodyguard steps in. And instead becomes the target himself. Another attempt. Within seconds, their teamwork shows its power. The Pride strategy is to draw attention away from Saba. But the target gets free. This bull is too much for the lions. Pride male takes a chance. Even under the weight of 4 lions, the bull's not buckling. He knows that if they get him to the ground, he's a goner. The epic 2-hour battle comes to an end. The male may not be the best hunter and protector, but his strength sure comes in handy. The whole pride will benefit from this massive meal for days to come. He's got his meal. Now he has to keep it. Good news travels fast in the trenches. The ragtags also haven't had a decent meal yet. Blood in the water attracts them like moths to a flame. Everyone wants in on the action. Meat makes a pleasant change to fish. DC has no intention to share. A croc his size needs 10 calves to fill his belly. But eating alone is difficult for crocodiles. They have to swallow their meals whole. Their jaws don't move from side to side, so they can't chew food into smaller pieces. DC's in a quandary. He can't fight off the ragtags with his mouth full, and the awkward hunk of meat just won't slip down his throat. The crew knows it's checkmate. If he wants to eat, he'll have to share. Jaws lock on to grip and twist like pairs of pliers. Spinning around a fixed axis is an efficient way to divide the spoils. DC hangs on to as much as he can, while his massive bulk provides a solid weight to pull against. By cooperating, DC finally gets a bite. But so do the others. And that's just not right. All All his hard work for one measly mouthful. There's a price to pay for stealing. He wants them gone. But food fights and land grabs come with the territory here. The hunting opportunities are so scarce. Just 2 miles away, Unduto's open grasslands give way to marsh and woodland. Here, another mother is on a solo mission, bringing up cubs. She's part of a big pride, but she needs to keep the cubs away for their safety. Males will kill cubs that are not their own to ensure his genes and not someone else's are passed on. Infanticide is the cause of almost 1/3 of cub deaths. Now, the pressure is on her to be the sole hunter for 2 hungry cubs. And this calls for a special strategy. The herds consume 7,000 tons of grass per day, moving constantly, exhausting one patch before moving on to the next. As they move into the edge of open ground, they enter the heart of the lion's territory. At twice the weight of a cheetah with half the speed, she needs to get much closer before making a chase. And that requires cover. Which is why she targets prey here, hunting zone number 2, the edge. A mix of open ground and trees. She doesn't have the speed of a cheetah or the backup from her pride. The only way her solo hunt can succeed is if she surprises them. Moving in from downwind, she stalks with silent footsteps. Softly moving towards the prey and freezing every time they look up. If she gets close enough without detection, she just might be able to feed her cubs. Even lions live in fear of angry wildebeest. Without support from the pride, she cannot risk injury. It's an odd place for a cheetah. The marsh is lion country. Cheetahs usually stick to open ground, terrain that fits their hunting technique. But there's no cover out there to hide the cubs. So she uses the high grasses here as a protective nursery, right on enemy turf. Cheetah cubs survive on milk for the first 6 weeks. Their mother needs a lot of energy to produce it. Like mothers everywhere, she worries about what to do with the kids while she's at work. With lions around, it's too dangerous for them to be out in the open. Her only option is to hide them. The marsh is one of Unduto's regions where cheetah and lion territory overlap. Here, nearly 60% of cheetah cubs die by the jaws of a lion. They kill the competition. She stashes her 3 cubs in the high reeds and heads out to hunting zone number 1, the open grassland, where she hopes she can find an easy and quick meal. The cheetah mother continues her search for cubs throughout Unduto. It has been 24 hours and still nothing. She picks up a scent, leading away from where she last saw them toward the edge of the marsh. Then suddenly, she hears a familiar sound. One survivor, then two. Both luckier than their little brother. They had their first serious brush with danger, and they survived. The mother must continue to hunt, but this time she's not letting her cubs out of her sight. She decides to bring them to work. The growing cubs are ready for a real meal. She needs more than a young fawn. This time she's going to go for a larger prey, the mother. She schemes to win not by force or even speed, but by deception. Only a mother knows how protective a mother can be. She plans to use the fawn as bait, giving the mother a chance to save her little one. The fawn tries to run, but his legs are still weak. It takes restraint and planning not to simply devour it. Now's the test. Will the mother run or try to save her fawn? The mother gazelle won't leave her fawn. The cheetah plan is working, and with every second she's gathering strength for another charge. Now, the real chase. It's an exceptional plan that overcomes the challenge of open space. And she makes a kill for the whole family. She hides the carcass and her cubs from the lions. She has endured the loss of one of her cubs already. But today, she's engineered a stunning triumph, ensuring the survival of the others, at least for another day.
Boris senses movement. He dives, keeping any exposure to the minimum. When Boris is underwater, his scales, known as osteoderms, create a low-pressure system around him, resulting in a countercurrent around his body. The water surface won't ripple as he swims up to his prey. He's invisible. This one is an ambush specialist. The green tree python is a non-venomous arboreal snake. It lives in the rainforests of the very far north of Queensland. Tropical country and full of prey. As a juvenile, it spends a lot of time on the ground, hunting small lizards and frogs. So its colouring is mottled yellow to blend in with the leaves on the rainforest floor. As it becomes adult, it turns a stunning green, the perfect camouflage in the tree canopy. It catches rodents on the ground at night. By day, it takes to the trees in search of canopy-dwelling animals. After getting into a good position, the green tree python sits and waits for prey to come within strike range. Many of its prey are well adapted to sea movement. So this snake has come up with a means to exploit that. It doesn't just passively wait for its victims. It tries to actively attract them. It wriggles the very end of its tail. This is called caudal luring. By doing this, it's trying to convince any passing reptile or bird that the tip of its tail is actually a juicy snack, like a small lizard. It's a classic ambush, with a twist. However, this species of jumping spider is an expert at disguise. It's tricked the ants into thinking it's one of them. The ants rely less on vision and more on chemical signals to tell them what is friend and what is foe. By adopting their chemical signature, the spider is able to remain undetected. The spider's chemical mimicry isn't just a clever defense mechanism, but also an aggressive predatory ploy. Because the ants think the spider is one of them, they won't stop it entering their nest, where it will prey on their eggs, larvae, and pupae. To be able to penetrate the defences of the weaver ant nest is remarkable. It's one of the most formidable fortresses in the forest. And it's built by a mighty army of these highly resourceful ants. Found in Africa and Asia as well as Australia, a colony of weaver ants can be 500,000 strong. Alone, a single weaver ant is tiny and vulnerable. But together, they become a mighty, many-celled workforce. The venomous death adder also lies in wait for prey. This mouse has good senses of its own. But the death adder's colouring means that once it digs itself into the leaf litter, it's almost invisible. It lurks there, deathly still. The unsuspecting mouse walks right over the top of it. Although the death adder doesn't have heat pits like most of the pythons, it picks up the vibrations of the rodent. And when the mouse is close, the snake can use its eyesight to zero in on its target. The death adder has one of the fastest strikes of all snakes. It can attack, inject its venom, and be back into its original position in a quarter of a second. The kill is often swallowed head first. If the snake is low on venom, its prey may still be alive for a while after being bitten. Eating head first reduces the risk of the snake being bitten itself. All snakes are very vulnerable whilst they're eating. Their main weapons are now out of play. So they need to get every meal down as quickly as possible. And head first is the fastest. Powerful enzymes and gastric juices break down the food, and the nutrients are absorbed. This process can take days or even weeks. The eastern tarantula. She's one of the biggest spiders in the country, up to 6 inches across. Her venom is powerful enough to kill a dog. This spider lives on the ground in the drier areas of the forest. She's excavated a burrow around 3 feet deep. Alone, she waits just inside the burrow entrance. The tarantula is an ambush predator. This spider relies more on touch than sight. As she patiently waits, the cricket passes near her burrow. Its movements are producing telltale vibrations. It's all over in seconds. With the tarantula around, the forest floor is never a safe place for potential prey like crickets. It's been dry season now for over 5 months. There hasn't been rain in a long time. Waterholes are developing thick mud at their edges. Rivers are low. And animals coming down to the water's edge to drink can be excellent quarry for the stealthy crocodile. Salties are hypercarnivores, meaning their diet is more than 70% meat. They'll eat just about any animal they can catch and overpower, including fish, birds, small animals, even humans. Like all estuarine crocodiles, Boris is mostly nocturnal. But will hunt during the day when he gets a chance. He gets into position along the riverbank to watch for anything that comes within striking distance. Sweeps of his powerful tail propel him silently through the water. His short limbs with clawed, webbed feet are ideal for swimming. His eyes, ears and nostrils are located on top of his head, allowing him to lie low while keeping an eye on his prey. As well as a good sense of smell, he has sensory pits along his entire body which detect vibrations. Boris senses movement. He dives, keeping any exposure to the minimum. When Boris is underwater, his scales, known as osteoderms, create a low-pressure system around him, resulting in a countercurrent around his body. The water surface won't ripple as he swims up to his prey. He's invisible. The little moorhen in the reed beds is oblivious to his presence. But Boris is after a bigger prize. He moves on silently. An unsuspecting wallaby has come to the water to drink. Unaware of what may lurk nearby. A crocodile can lunge incredibly fast, using both feet and tail to propel himself from the water. Boris clamps the wallaby with his long, powerful jaws. A special valve at the back of his throat allows him to open his mouth to catch and hold prey under the water without any entering his throat. But to eat the wallaby, his head needs to be above water. A crocodile can eat an incredible 23% of its body weight in one go. It can secrete gastric acid faster than any other animal, liquefying bone matter in just a few hours. The only thing Boris can't digest is keratin, so he'll cough up the fur later. Anything he can't manage now, he'll conceal and return for snacks when he's hungry.
the bearded ghoul can put on an intimidating display for potential predators. Its red and white skin signals its intense toxicity, and its fierce spikes add to the preemptive warning. Running along its back is a rack of venomous spines that can painfully wound all that come near. Meet the giant red-headed centipede. Actually, you probably don't want to. It's one of the nastiest invertebrates in the American Southwest, and it's got legs to die for. That's terrible news for this unsuspecting cricket. In a battle for survival, the cricket doesn't stand a chance. The giant red-headed centipede is actually only 7 inches long, but it has an enormous presence. It's got a very tough shell and 42 sharp and sticky legs. And most importantly, it has venom that delivers a knockout punch, as the cricket is about to discover. Oblivious, it lingers, and the centipede waits and watches, or it appears to be watching. Although the centipede has 8 eye clusters on its head, with 200 little eyes each, the centipede can only detect light and dark. Another sensory organ proves to be more useful. Chemoreceptors, conveniently located in the centipede's antenna, detect the chemical traces emitted by its prey. All the better to smell you with, my dear. When the right moment comes, the centipede pounces. And with those appendages, resistance is futile. The centipede's legs are a straitjacket from which no insect can escape. And it uses as many legs as it needs. Once the cricket is secured, it's time for the coup de grace, potent venom. And it's there, at the ready. The centipede's first pair of legs are actually venom-filled fangs. The poison is rich in neurotoxins. Its prey is immediately paralyzed. The centipede's powerful jaws easily break through the cricket's shell. Wasting no time, it goes straight for the abdomen. Cracking it open, the centipede gets a pleasant surprise. Eggs. Unborn crickets. Yum. The centipede uses its palps like chopsticks to feast on the protein-rich eggs. It's an easy meal. With the weapons it possesses, most meals come easily to the giant centipede. Even bigger and stronger prey. Because of its venom, it can paralyze and consume much larger animals, such as lizards, rodents, and frogs. So the leggy creature has no problem being aggressive when it's hungry. Once the centipede bites, a combination of intense pain and paralysis immobilizes its prey. In their natural habitat, lionfish evade predators by disappearing into the background. Their stripes and feathery fins look like plants and coral. But don't get too close. Those fins will get ya. It's the mid-1980s in Florida, USA. The first sighting of a lionfish in the Atlantic takes place and raises a few eyebrows. Legend has it that Florida pet owners are to blame after dumping lionfish from their home aquariums into the Atlantic Ocean. 3 decades later, an alien invasion is well on its way to devastating massive amounts of native fish populations and coral reefs in these waters. At first glance, the crystal blue waters of the tropical Atlantic Ocean seem vibrant, healthy, and pristine. But beneath the surface, all is not well. There is a stranger here, an imposter, hiding in plain sight. The lionfish. It's an invasive species here, and it's completely out of control, slowly and systematically annihilating this delicate ecosystem. Their native habitat is the Pacific Ocean, where their striking color patterns send a strong message to predators. I'm venomous, so don't try anything funny. And they usually don't, because they've learned the hard way. Here in the Atlantic, naive predators pay dearly for their curiosity. One bite of this alien species leaves them with nothing but a mouthful of pain, poison, and sometimes death. Concealed in its beautiful fins are 18 venomous spines. If a lionfish feels threatened, out they come. Prey fish aren't much better off. Here in the Atlantic, they have not learned to recognize its feathery fins. And by the time they've seen them, it's usually too late. Lionfish blend exquisitely into coral and vibrant plant life. Then they ambush, pinning their prey to the rocks with their billowy pectoral fins. One lightning-fast strike, and it's over. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Here in their new home, each lionfish eats as much as 7 times the amount it needs to survive. It's a horrifying scenario. A seemingly harmless release of aquarium fish has unleashed an army of unstoppable gluttons that feed on over 50 species of fish and breed with impunity. But where does it end? How can it be stopped? Is it even possible? If it's disturbed or chased out of its lair, the bearded ghoul can put on an intimidating display for potential predators. Its red and white skin signals its intense toxicity, and its fierce spikes add to the preemptive warning. Running along its back is a rack of venomous spines that can painfully wound all that come near. It's one of the most toxic fish in the ocean, both to predators and any unlucky humans that might step on it. If seen, this is a color warning that predators definitely shouldn't ignore. Cold and calculating. Skilled and stealthy. Specialized killers. We know them as assassins. The insect world is full of these cold-hearted killers, where survival is the name of the game. In fact, if you're a predatory insect, you were born to be an assassin. But one bug family in particular has earned the name assassin. This extensive family includes 7,000 species. So what sets these killers apart in the brutal insect world, where murderous mayhem fills every minute of every day? They kill with lightning speed, and they're equipped with deadly venom. When assassin bugs go for the kill, they almost never fail. Some assassin bug species actively hunt. Others lie in wait, and ambush unsuspecting prey. Long front legs pull the victim close with freakish strength. A dagger-like proboscis penetrates the exoskeleton. A potent and highly complex venom is injected directly into the victim. Within seconds, cell membranes are destroyed, and paralysis, not death, ends the struggle. Then, the venom liquefies the insides of the prey, so that the assassin bug can suck up the nourishing liquid. Males and females can find their prey in the forests, scrublands, and grasslands in warmer climates on almost any continent. But they're too worldly to settle for those out-of-the-way places. If given the chance, assassin bugs will happily move into a house. And there are lots of places to hide and plenty of other insects to feed on in a human home. During the day, they keep a low profile. But in the dead of night, they emerge from their tiny catacombs and begin the hunt for a meal. Not another insect. Not a pet. A human. At its most vulnerable. Asleep. Human blood straight from the source. These assassin bugs are not the first or the last insect to lay claim to human flesh. Some assassin bugs, the Konos bugs, are known for biting humans on the lips. Like their cousin, the bedbug, these species are attracted to the carbon dioxide humans exhale. A ghoulish practice, and the reason these assassins are known as kissing bugs. But a venomous kiss can bring with it something far more insidious. In the Americas, it can bring Chagas, a parasitic disease. The symptoms are usually mild and often undetectable. But other times, Chagas can cause grave damage to major organs and can lead to death. An unnerving thought. Seems like we'd be better off without them. Strangely enough, it's not that simple. Our relationship with these notorious bugs is complicated. Just like the cold-blooded killers they're named after, these bugs can be commissioned to do our bidding. They're excellent predators, and their ferocious hunting prowess is of great benefit to farmers. They exterminate thousands of pests, protecting precious crops in the process. This is a novel approach to deception, where animals stand out rather than blend in. It's called aposematic coloration, also known as warning coloration. Using bright colors as a visual statement, their goal is to stand out like a flashing red light. It's a message to potential predators that they are poisonous, venomous, foul-tasting, or at the very least, unpalatable. And the strategy is highly effective. Some of the most common aposematic vertebrates are poison dart tree frogs. There are more than 300 species living in the lush tropical rainforests of Central and South America. These brightly colored amphibians, no bigger than the size of your middle finger, come in a range of vivid, high-contrast hues. Generally speaking, the following rule applies. The brighter the color, the more toxic the frog. If predators ingest this poison, they can expect the worst. Seizures, numbness, excruciating pain, paralysis, and death. Predators that attack a brightly colored frog and don't actually die quickly learn to avoid similar-looking ones. Unlike its dart frog cousin, the red-eye tree frog isn't poisonous, but it has a strategy to fool predators. The frog is normally camouflaged in the lush green canopy of the Central American rainforest. But it's hiding something. If approached, it will suddenly open its huge red eyes, hoping to startle birds or snakes and make them second-guess their choice of prey. If this doesn't work and the attack continues, the tree frog assaults its enemy senses with a color bomb. The frog exposes the full extent of its body, revealing blue sides and orange feet, which are otherwise hidden. The false color warning might confuse its predator, just long enough to make a getaway. In general, animals deploying warning coloration use colors or patterns that emphasize rather than disrupt their outline. They want to be seen. They want to stand out. Emperor scorpions are a scary sight, creeping and crawling with pincers and stinging tails. Their black color blends with their burrows, allowing them to wait and ambush their prey. But at night, it's a different story. Under the UV light of the moon, they glow. Now, why would they do that? In the wild, they live in the humid rainforests and dry savannas of West Africa and have a most terrifying reputation. Measuring up to 8 inches, the emperor scorpion is one of the largest scorpions in the world. As if its large, crushing pincers weren't intimidating enough, the scorpion can also release deadly venom through a needle-sharp stinger located at the business end of its long, curly tail. Truly the stuff of nightmares. There are over 1,700 species of scorpions in the world, but only 25 are capable of killing people. The good news is that the emperor's venom is one that generally isn't fatal, though it can be extremely painful. But the emperor's scorpion certainly makes short work of anything else unlucky enough to cross its path. When it hunts termites, its favorite food, it crawls out of its burrow and uses its dark coloring as camouflage. Thanks to rows of sensory hairs that cover its pincers and tail, the emperor scorpion detects prey through vibrations in the air and ground. While blending into the background, it ambushes its prey. Then, using its massive pincers, proceeds to rip the victim's body to shreds. Not a pretty sight, but it only gets worse. Since it's unable to consume food in a solid state, the emperor's scorpion uses its stinger to inject neurotoxins and enzyme inhibitors that literally turns its victim into a liquid lunch. The ultimate termite smoothie. Scorpions are equally aggressive with their own kind. Males are territorial, and at the drop of a hat will fight to the death with a dreaded rival. Females aren't much nicer. If a mother feels it's time for her offspring to leave the nest, she'll push them out. If they come back, she'll gobble them up. Now that's tough love. As if the emperor's scorpion wasn't creepy enough, believe it or not, it can also glow in the dark. Under ultraviolet light, it radiates a strange neon blue. Until recently, scientists had no idea why. It seemed to make no practical sense. But a few intriguing theories have come about. One theory is that scorpions could glow to help lure their prey. But research suggests that insects actually avoid fluorescence, so there would be no upside for a scorpion trying to snag a meal. Some say the glow might actually help scorpions hide more successfully from predators like birds, bats, and some mammals. As nocturnal creatures, maybe scorpions have developed a way to feel or see UV rays shining down on them from the moon and the stars. Maybe a scorpion's body is like a giant photon detector, a giant eye that can read the levels of UV light emanating from the moon. If that's true, then it would certainly be helpful in avoiding being exposed to enemies in full moonlight. The Emperor's scorpion comes from an ancient lineage that has survived on Earth for millions of years. With its highly developed pincers and stinger, it has become a formidable warrior. As one of the most feared creatures in the animal kingdom, it's also shrouded in deep mystery, a mystery on which future researchers might one day shed some light.
As she waits for her prey to die, Velvet adjusts her fangs. They can really get in the way sometimes.
Black mambas have very few enemies in the wild, but she's about to meet her nemesis. The slender mongoose, a notorious snake killer. They may look like featherweights in the ring, but these are two of the most lethal predators on the planet. The mongoose has razor-sharp teeth and a lightning speed. But one bite from a mamba can kill 15 grown men. So imagine what it can do to a 5-pound mongoose. The mamba is lethal, but she's not tough. She relies on her venom to sedate her victims and immobilize their weapons. The toxins in snake venom attach to chemical receptors in their victims and block communications between nerves and muscles. Mongoose receptors have mutated so that venom simply bounces off the muscle cells. He's literally immune to danger. The mongoose MO is to dance circles around his prey until it's exhausted. And then, the kill shot. One swift snap to the back of the head, and the spine is severed. The snake's still alive, but paralyzed. Her muscles twitch, but her bite is gone. For the mongoose, the reward outweighs the risk. A 7-foot snake is a hearty meal for a pint-sized predator.
Pythons have lived in Africa for millions of years, long before humans arrived on the scene. The snake we see today has changed little from its prehistoric forebears. It's among the world's most primitive snakes. The small, thorn-like projections on their lower body, known as pelvic spurs, are thought to be vestiges of a time when these animals had hind legs. This is Squeeze. A pair of hind legs might actually come in handy right now, as she's weighed down by eggs inside her. They've grown to the point where it's hard to make much progress. Each egg weighs about as much as a billiard ball. That's around 50 billiard balls she's been hauling around for weeks. She's ready to lighten her load, but she can't just dump them anywhere. She's been searching for the right spot for weeks. This hollow at the base of an old silver oak tree could provide shelter from the elements, hide her eggs from predators, and keep them at a constant temperature. For an animal capable of such massive displays of power, she can be surprisingly maternal. She arranges her eggs in a pile and coils around them tightly.
The false smooth snake is a small, venomous lizard hunter. It uses its keen sense of smell to locate prey in the craggy rocks. The snake usually stays above ground, but it's caught wind of the worm lizard. The lizard retreats into its narrow tunnel, using chemical markers to find its way around. Deeper they go. But the snake is perhaps a little too well fed, and his girth stops him up. It's a narrow escape for the lucky lizard. Outmaneuvered underground, the snake regroups in the warm sun. Waiting for easier prey to wander by. The serpent blends into the terrain. Just like Alhambra blends into the rock that forms its foundation.
As the summer draws to a close, the creatures of the Western Ghats seek out shelter to prepare for the rainy months ahead. A rat snake heads deep into the forest. But Raja's on a different mission. It's been more than a month since he last ate. The rat snake slides right into his trap. Raja's fangs take their deadly hold, shooting a dose of neurotoxic venom into his quarry. His fangs gather up the meal step by step and inch by inch, feeding it down his long, straight digestive tract. King cobras can't chew. It's all in the gulp.
Morning turns to afternoon. As the hours tick by, Nagaina still lies in wait. Finally, the spectacled cobra unfurls from its hiding place and cautiously ventures down. It seems about to make good its escape, but then pauses for a drink. Nagaina makes her move. This time, the spectacled cobra must stand and fight. Flaring its hood and displaying its aggressive markings, the smaller snake tries to exaggerate its size. But it is totally outmatched. Nagaina won't relent. Both have powerful venom. But Nagaina's armor is thicker, and she's immune to the venom of snakes on which she preys. The odds are stacked in her favor. She strikes and delivers a fatal bite. The large dose of injected poison works quickly. It's a neurotoxin, causing paralysis, suffocation, and death in minutes. The spectacled cobra tries to twist its way free. But Nagaina has too strong a grip. She begins to eat, swallowing her prey whole and still alive. Inch by inch, Nagaina's fangs draw her victim's body down her throat. All 4 feet of it. A meal this size would typically satisfy her for up to a month. But this one will have to stretch quite a bit longer. She won't eat again until she's laid her eggs and incubated them through to hatching. Which means no more hunting for several months.
In the wild, animals create pathways through the bush known as game trails. For creatures like tiny rodents to the world's largest land mammals, these trails provide easier movement and often lead to water holes or good feeding grounds. And it's along paths like these that puff adders will position themselves to wait for prey. But when unsuspecting victims, weighing thousands of pounds, tread too close for comfort, a little 13-pounder puff adder can defend itself in a mighty way. It doesn't seem possible that a bite from a tiny snake could pierce the skin of a rhino, let alone do any serious damage. But here's evidence to the contrary. A bite caused such severe necrosis on the leg of this black rhino that her entire foot rotted off, leaving behind just bone fragments and flaps of decaying flesh. Trauma like this would render most animals immobile, ensuring a slow and painful death due to starvation and septicemia. It's an extreme example of what happens when a puff adder bite is left untreated.
Tyrannosaurus, one of history's most fearsome megapredators. But now, a new discovery joins the ranks of killer carnivores. And this one was a genuine giant. 48 feet long, weighing over a ton, the largest prehistoric snake ever found, Titanoboa. T-Rex and Titanoboa lived in different times and on separate continents. But what if these two monsters met in a battle to the death? T-Rex brings to the fight a bone-crushing jaw, a bite force nearly twice a great white shark's, powerful legs, and a thrashing tail. Titanoboa's attack didn't depend on poisonous venom. It killed by constriction. And this mega serpent squeezed with a crushing 400 pounds per square inch of pressure, equivalent to being squished with the weight of 3 Eiffel Towers. How would this death match conclude? Difficult to say. If T-Rex got in a swift bite, it could mortally wound the snake. But with the right ambush, Titanoboa might trip up the T-Rex and succeed in overpowering the Great Lizard King.
Today, Raja is ready to take it to the next level. He descends to rouse his bride. Hannah exits cautiously. Today, the king is bold and eager. His sudden change in attitude triggers her into a submissive coil. She presents her body to him for inspection. He's picking up all the right signs that she's receptive. While Hannah's ritual is a slinky display, male king cobras are far less subtle. Headbutting his queen is the cue that he's ready to mate. The snakes bind themselves together in a tight embrace. Under their leafy canopy, they may lie like this for hours as he fertilizes her. They will mate several times over the coming days.
Nearly 3 months have passed since Nagaina mated with the village male. It's now the end of May, and she'll soon be ready to lay. Most species of snake seek out a cavity or an abandoned burrow in which to lay their eggs. But not Nagaina. King cobras are the only snakes that build a nest. It's a unique skill that allows Nagaina to select the perfect spot to give her young the greatest chance of survival. On a slope, near the base of a tree, her nest is shaded from the hot sun. But more importantly, it won't get waterlogged by the monsoon rain. She's been hard at work for more than a week now. Coiling her body, she steadily amasses fallen leaves and twigs, drawing them together into a pile. It's a delicate process that could take a couple of weeks to complete. The rustling leaves attract attention. A rat snake, on the lookout for rodents rummaging in the undergrowth. Approaching the lair of a snake killer is a dangerous mistake. But with an abdomen full of eggs, Nagaina has zero appetite. She has only one thing on her mind. At last, the nest is ready. More than a foot high and 3 feet wide, it's a masterpiece of engineering. Inside, Nagaina creates a small chamber in which she lays a clutch of up to 40 eggs. Once covered with more leaves, the chamber will stay at an almost constant 80 degrees and 90% humidity for the next 3 months. Her work complete, Nagaina stands guard, a queen on her throne. She won't budge until her babies are ready to hatch. The mongoose and wild boar that roam this forest would love to feast on her eggs. But they'd be foolish to try. Nothing is going to challenge this mother when it comes to her babies.
As we arrive, we can see the snake in front of the house.
Quick, it's getting over the wall.
It's a massive reticulated python.
Watch out. Watch it.
They can grow to more than 19 feet in length, the longest snake in the world. These pythons kill by constriction, wrapping themselves around their prey and suffocating them to death. They've been known to take pets, livestock, and even children. So we've got to get this snake out of here as soon as possible.
It's wrapping itself around me.
With up to 15,000 muscles, you do not want this snake getting a hold of you.
Okay. Yes. Right, in. Whew. Nicely done.
After wrestling the snake into a sack to keep it and us safe, we stop in at the local wildlife park to pick up a crate large enough to comfortably contain it.
Okay, find the head first.
Yeah, there it is. I can see its head.
Good thing, you grab the head.
You want me to get the head?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. Wait.
Just grab,
Where do I hold it? On here? Okay. No.
You okay?
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
This is my first time handling a snake of this size.
Got it.
And then you pull out.
Got it.
Deh, tolong deh.
Yeah.
Kenapa nih? Okay.
And now we're just going to transfer the snake into this crate so it's got a little bit more room to maneuver. And it's trying to wrap itself around me. And now, what?
Its strength is phenomenal.
Yes. I survived. Snake Wrangler. Now load it onto the car.
Yeah.
And drive it back into the forest.
Yep.
So, Ben, I've decided to give the snake a name.
What name?
I'm calling it Monty.
Monty.
Monty Python?
Monty Python.
Get it?
With Monty loaded up, next stop, a protected reserve in the heart of Borneo, several hours' drive from the city, where this snake will have plenty of space to live out its life.
So we've just arrived to the edge of the forest reserve, and now it's time to release this beautiful python back into the jungle. Does this look like a good place, Ben?
Yeah, good. I think it's okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay. Am I going for the head again, or are you going for the head?
The head is always yours.
Always me.
The python may be a constrictor, but it can still deliver a powerful bite.
Whoa. He's a bit feisty. It's been quite a long journey.
Okay, pretty.
Yeah.
Grab the head.
Grab the head.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. I think, maybe you just stay with the head. It looks like you've got a firm grip. I don't want to ruin that. So now the time has come to release Monty back into this ancient rainforest and far away from human developments as possible, and hopefully never to be seen again. So let's release him. Oh, is he coming back for us? No. Another job well done, fellas. That was a feisty snake. I'm gonna quite miss him. I've grown kind of attached to old Monty.
Any number of potential prey could venture past. Velvet isn't picky. She'll eat anything from rodents and birds to small antelope and monkeys. A slight miscalculation makes no difference. Once she's set her sights on a target, there's no chance for escape. Her strike isn't the fastest in the snake world, but at over 20 feet per second, it does the job. The shock of the attack stuns the bird, while the complex venom cocktail rapidly floods its body. As she waits for her prey to die, Velvet adjusts her fangs. They can really get in the way sometimes. Within 10 minutes, it's all over, and lunch is ready. Eating is a specialized process. Velvet unhinges her jaw to allow her to open her mouth wide enough. Using rows of teeth to latch on, she drags her prey to a safe place where she can eat in peace.
Baby mambas are notoriously nervous and highly aggressive. But at this vulnerable age, they are still easy prey for mongoose, honey badgers, and predatory birds, all of which have immunity to a dose of snake venom. Over the coming months, the hatchlings will grow constantly and rapidly, and by a year, the females will be ready to mate and the males will be fighting for breeding rights. For now, their pin-sharp focus is finely tuned on their first mission: predation. Mambas prefer warm-blooded prey like small mammals and birds. of its life, this mamba will learn how much venom is necessary in order to immobilize each specific kill. Sometimes bypassing venom altogether if the prey is small and helpless. Just days after birth, the baby mambas have already proven themselves as adept hunters, capable of fending for themselves and taking their rightful place in Mamba Valley.
The 3-month-long mating season is almost over. As she approaches the village, the male flicks his tongue, searching for small scent particles in the air. He may be able to smell her presence. But her heady cocktail of pheromones has attracted another admirer. A second male has picked up her trail in the forest and followed her into the village. And he's been spotted. King cobras can see prey up to 300 feet away. The village male sees the intruder approaching, and he is fiercely territorial, especially in mating season. He moves to intercept the trespasser. The two males size each other up, rearing a third of their bodies off the ground. They flare their trademark hoods in a display of aggression. Biting would be futile and a waste of the precious toxin, as their own powerful venom has little effect on other king cobras. Instead, their bodies entwine in a wrestling match. The aim is to force their opponent's head to the ground. Oblivious to everything around them, they vie for dominance. Their brawl carries them out of the village and into the forest. They will fight as long as they have the strength. Winning and earning the right to breed is all that matters. After 5 hours of combat, the intruding challenger accepts defeat and slinks off into the forest. His dominance established, the village male now has his chance with Nagaina.
This is Squeeze, an 8-year-old rock python propelled by the same primordial needs that drove her ancestors in the days when dinosaurs walked the earth. She can hunt in any terrain, at any time of day, for virtually any prey. She hasn't eaten in 2 weeks, for good reason. She's carrying a clutch of just developing eggs. She can't eat a big meal, not while they're gestating inside. But she's hungry. A snack would be just the thing. Something that in her sluggish state might not require a lot of work. She waits for nightfall. Like most snakes, the rock python has poor vision, but that doesn't mean it can't find you. Squeeze can sense body heat with incredible accuracy. The scales on her lips have pit organs, which are full of heat-sensitive receptors. Nerves carry signals from the receptors to the brain, where they're converted into images. Squeeze is looking for something just the right size, like Goldilocks. Not too small. A frog is hardly worth the effort. Not too big. It would be hard, even for a rock python, to swallow a cow. But here's something just right. This rabbit has come to dine on some tasty cabbages. Unfortunately for the rabbit, the cabbages are perfect cover for Squeeze. The rabbit's acute hearing is legendary, but it seems oblivious to the approach of this stealth hunter. It takes a lot of energy to digest a whole rabbit. She'll be very sluggish for a few days. Time for a siesta.
The mole snake isn't venomous, but it's a powerful constrictor and can inflict painful bite wounds that can be fatal if they become infected. Grit's learned a lot, but this is his ultimate test. The snake targets the head, the badger's weak spot. But where another animal might run off to find easier prey, this is a honey badger. Nothing scares him. He keeps on coming. The snake tries to run. But once the honey badger has locked onto its target, it doesn't back down. Once the badger immobilizes the snake's jaws, it's game over.
There are more than 3,000 known species of aquatic beetles. Among them, the great diving beetle, which lives in ponds and lakes throughout the northern hemisphere. Besides a streamlined body, its most obvious adaptation to underwater life is a pair of feathered rear legs that have evolved into oars and help it maneuver underwater. But without gills, the great diving beetle cannot breathe water and periodically has to come up to the surface in order to take in air. It traps the air beneath its wing case, which it uses like a scuba tank. This bubble of air allows it to stay submerged for about 30 minutes. Like an underwater wolf, it hunts sick and weak water dwellers, and also eats carrion. It has short but sharp mandibles and can inject digestive enzymes into its prey. This monstrous-looking creature is the larval form of the great diving beetle. It's a fast, agile swimmer and also a voracious underwater hunter. But like the adults, it must return to the surface to breathe. In the spring, its main food source is tadpoles. However, after millions of years of success, these beetles are struggling. Dwindling amphibian populations in Central Europe make life harder for the great diving beetles. With food in ever shorter supply, who knows how long they will survive?
The kudu's relying only on hearing now.
A flock of sociable weavers are getting ready to breed. The caracal's fine-tuned senses are fired up. While humans only have 6 ear muscles, each caracal ear is controlled by 20 separate muscles, which move and tilt the ears independently. 3 main groups of muscles work separately. The superior raises the ear. The posterior moves the ear outwards and back, and the cervico lowers the ear downwards. Large feline satellite dishes capture sound waves and direct them into the ear canal. No footfall goes unheard. Its ear canals are proportionally longer than those of humans and dogs, and are far more sensitive to sound. She has to rely on camouflage and cover to get as close as possible. And a silent ambush is key. The caracal's feet are designed for a surprise attack. The fur between her foot pads consists of stiff hairs, providing a cushioned and silent stalk. This allows her to get within a few feet of prey before triggering the alarm. She's off. The caracal's powerful hind legs and fine-tuned reflexes make her agile. The weaver's fast, but she's locked her sights on it. The powerful slap has injured the weaver. But meals don't come that easy in the desert. In this game of cat and bird, there can only be one winner. It's over in seconds. A few lucky weavers have escaped her grasp, for now. Thanks to her streamlined speed and agility, she can finally enjoy a meal.
Nikita's just feet away from a possible barn owl breakfast. She's got to take her hunt 30 feet vertical. If she can get to the first fork of the tree quickly, she'll catch them before they flee. Timing and speed are key here. They're huddled inside. Nikita gets to work tearing down the door. One owl flies the coop. Nikita's strategy unfolded perfectly. Great innovation in action, even if it's little more than a mouthful of feathers. Leopards remove all the feathers from birds before eating them. So once the chick has been plucked, it only qualifies as an appetizer.
A new threat has arrived on the riverbank. They're a roving pride of lions, undernourished and looking for territory. It's the dry season, a daily battle for survival. And like the hippos, they rely on both land and water. 12 lions of various ages. It's a lot of mouths to feed. To satisfy 12 bellies efficiently, they need to set their sights on big prey. They're hungry and thirsty. Temperatures are soaring over 100 degrees, and they can smell water. To get a drink, they need to breach the riverbank. But this is hippo country, and they must respect the bull's territory. Hippos are fiercely territorial and notoriously aggressive when defending their patch. Even lions give them a wide berth. But the pride male bows to no one. A single lion is no match for an enraged hippo 10 times his weight. The waterline marks the boundary, and to cross it, he'd better be primed for battle.
At 2 months old, they have yet to learn how dangerous their world is. Hyenas and leopards are notorious cub killers. Less than half of lion cubs get to see their first birthday. And even fewer make it to adulthood. But the greatest risk of all is from other lions. Rosa's on edge. A lioness has appeared alarmingly close to the cubs. It's not one Nathan recognizes. Rosa's not taking any chances. The lioness gets the message, but doesn't move off completely.
The female's keeping her distance. I think she got her lesson from the mother, having a brief fight and lots of growling.
It wasn't a vicious attack by lion standards, suggesting this female is from Rosa's own pride, the MKs.
If she was a female from another pride, I think she would be really aggressive and see her off completely.
Most lionesses would have introduced their cubs to the rest of the pride by now. But Rosa's a cautious mother and hasn't taken that step yet. She may not be ready, but Spotty, her pluckiest cub, is.
I think these cubs are very curious, this other female, who she is, why they're not allowed to go and see her. I'm sure the cubs are very bored of each other and their own mothers, and the chance to play with someone else would be just so tempting. This might be the first introduction to another lion. So this is a bit of a new experience, you know, who is this other person? Can we play with them?
The cubs seem fascinated with their new playmate. This female from their pride isn't a threat. She may well be their aunt. But Rose is still anxious. With the recent invasion of the nomad males in the valley, the cubs might be better off under the protection of the pride. But for now, Rose is still choosing to keep them hidden.
Free from their mother's care, the 5 musketeers must now make an impression on their world. Being independent, they are finally ready to live up to their old mother's legacy. Hunting giraffe. Further down the bank, 2 musketeers get into position.
Gunnar wanders into new territory. It's the home range of a large troop of Chakma baboons. The Savuti coalition has preyed on this colony, and the sight of Gunnar puts the baboons on high alert. An alarm bark signals the male baboons to move in on the cheetah's position. Gunnar is too thirsty to care, but he should. This male has 4-inch canines and powerful jaws. Gunnar's never faced a single baboon in a fight. Now he's attracted a small army of them. Baboons will form mobs against enemies like cheetahs and leopards. And while Gunnar drinks, he's being surrounded. Gunnar senses that it's time to move away from the waterhole. The menace and hostility of the baboons is growing by the second. But the cheetah's retreat only makes the defenders more confident and more aggressive. The troop is taking no chances with the cheetah. It's not about turf. It's about security and the safety of their young. Gunnar decides to take a stand, but his show of force backfires.
One lesson he remembers from his mother: where there's a bird, there's an egg. The ground is strewn with the remains of several plundered eggshells. Not much left here for a hungry honey badger. But Grit's in luck. There's one left. All he has to do is break open the shell. Easier said than done. Ostrich eggs are the largest on Earth, weighing up to 3 pounds, and the strongest, and really slippery. Not so easy to crack, even for a honey badger. He takes every chance to knock the egg into rocks and stumps, hoping to start a crack. Looks like he's making progress. Finally. In the wild, animals create pathways through the bush known as game trails. For creatures like tiny rodents to the world's largest land mammals, these trails provide easier movement and often lead to water holes or good feeding grounds. And it's along paths like these that puff adders will position themselves to wait for prey. But when unsuspecting victims, weighing thousands of pounds, tread too close for comfort, a little 13-pounder puff adder can defend itself in a mighty way. It doesn't seem possible that a bite from a tiny snake could pierce the skin of a rhino, let alone do any serious damage. But here's evidence to the contrary. A bite caused such severe necrosis on the leg of this black rhino that her entire foot rotted off, leaving behind just bone fragments and flaps of decaying flesh. Trauma like this would render most animals immobile, ensuring a slow and painful death due to starvation and septicemia. It's an extreme example of what happens when a puff adder bite is left untreated.
Honey badgers don't see very well, but they have a powerful sense of smell, many times more powerful than our own. Grit's just gotten a whiff of something tasty. This tiny rodent is the Namaqua rock rat. He's a master at hide and seek. When you're on everybody's menu, you need a clever plan, one that'll keep predators at bay. The sweet thorn tree is common throughout Namibia. Its sharp spikes provide a fortress, an impenetrable barrier of 2-inch thorns. If Grit wants lunch, he'll have to figure out how to break in. His body is encased in a thick, rubbery hide, which gets him past the first few branches, but he's enduring painful jabs. This is the classic honey badger hunting technique. Pin prey with the claws and then go for the bite. But he's getting hung up on the thorns. The rock rat's plan is working. He's just staying clear. But Grit pulls through, and he toughs out the thorns. The rat stares death in the face, but still has enough grit himself to sink his teeth into Grit's tongue.
The leopard has just started hunting on its own. And the baby monkeys are too busy playing to spot him. The leopard strikes, but misses. The young monkey is quick, but not quick enough. The adult monkeys are in shock. They're now fully awake and angry. This leopard clearly has a lot to learn. It doesn't finish the kill. Bigger, stronger prey would have escaped. But this is the training ground of the wild. It can seem cruel. The monkeys, too, have learned an important lesson. It pays to be vigilant.
One of the young mothers has spotted a lone oryx in the dunes. This is the ultimate hunt for a desert-adapted lion. She stalks through the motionless waves of this sea of sand. The dunes become her ally. The sand, her disguise. Today, the desert hunts with her. The majority of hunts end in failure. But not today. The rest of her pride is unaware of the kill, but her successful hunt doesn't go unnoticed. With scavengers on the scene, she can't risk leaving the kill to fetch the rest of her pride. Her maternal instinct kicks in. She calls out for the others. Her roar is an invitation.
After a mile or two, an impala in a network of gullies. The impala never saw her coming. At last, she has finally made a kill, but her cubs are on the other side of the river, and she is raiding someone else's hunting ground. She's being watched by two territorial males who won't hesitate to kill intruders. The mother lioness has been caught red-handed. The males who own this western side of the Luangwa have found her stealing a meal. She's lucky to escape with only a beating. The males follow her to the river. She has no choice. She has to swim. The croc very nearly got her. The two males could cross the river after her, but they've made their point.
This is the serval. The serval is a medium-sized cat. It weighs about 30 pounds on average, but it's fast. It can hit 45 miles an hour on the open run, making it the second fastest cat after the cheetah. If you compare the serval's proportions to those of other large cats, it looks almost misshapen. Its legs, relative to the rest of its body, are the longest of any cat. This, along with its strangely long neck, gives it the nickname giraffe cat. If we had ears the same proportion to our head as servals do, they'd be the size of dinner plates. Because it's not that big, the serval tends to go after smaller prey, like rodents, birds, reptiles, and even insects. This solitary hunter can actually use echolocation to locate its prey hidden in the grasses. This cat's caught the sound of something: a helmeted guinea fowl. The guinea fowl has realized it's in the crosshairs and flees. When the serval runs, it moves vertically as well as horizontally, so it can keep an eye on its target. Despite these blistering bursts of speed, the serval's long legs are primarily an adaptation for pouncing, not running. Muscles transmit forces via tendons in the elongated toe bones that behave mechanically like springs. The tendons act as power amplifiers, storing the energy of the muscular work, then releasing it quickly to power the serval off the ground. As it closes in, the guinea fowl reveals its ace in the hole, a powerful leap into space. It may not know that a serval's secret weapon is a 10-foot vertical leap.
Baby mambas are notoriously nervous and highly aggressive. But at this vulnerable age, they are still easy prey for mongoose, honey badgers, and predatory birds, all of which have immunity to a dose of snake venom. Over the coming months, the hatchlings will grow constantly and rapidly, and by a year, the females will be ready to mate and the males will be fighting for breeding rights. For now, their pin-sharp focus is finely tuned on their first mission: predation. Mambas prefer warm-blooded prey like small mammals and birds. During the course of its life, this mamba will learn how much venom is necessary in order to immobilize each specific kill. Sometimes bypassing venom altogether if the prey is small and helpless. Just days after birth, the baby mambas have already proven themselves as adept hunters, capable of fending for themselves and taking their rightful place in Mamba Valley.
Ambushed just before sunrise. This kudu bull couldn't see them coming. It's a meal big enough to feed the pride for a week. But lions this size want more. And it's in their nature to exploit every opportunity. It's less than an hour since breakfast. But a principal pride female spots an opportunity. One she can't resist. There's no way to stay hidden. So she's trying out new tactics. As water evaporates and levels drop, animals must dip their heads into the trenches to reach it, blocking their view. She waits for the perfect moment, when the big male kudu's eyes drop below the banks. The kudu's relying only on hearing now. An expert bite delivers death quickly. She's banked another meal for her pride. No small feat for a single lioness. Grit's learned a lot, but this is his ultimate test.
Madala is closing in. And Jack has stopped running. His scent is everywhere now, and it's a dead giveaway. It leads the old monarch straight to his hideout. This time, Jack has a better foothold, and after the mating session, a newfound confidence. He might be young, but he's no pushover. This could be the final showdown. But the conflict attracts the attention of a pride of lions. The presence of these apex predators puts an immediate end to this territorial dispute. No leopard stands a chance against a pride of lions. The old male knows this. He only has a few seconds to make his escape. As the more experienced of the two, Madala gets away by the skin of his teeth. Jack, trapped in the tree, makes no sound.
A wart biter. This fearsome beast was once used to chew off human warts. A field grasshopper awakens his appetite for meat. It tears open the grasshopper's armor. The mantis looks on as the wart biter devours his prey, alive. But it's not over. Mutilated and dismembered, the victim claws its way out of the jaws of certain death. The mantis moves in, but she's not after the grasshopper. It's wart biter versus the praying mantis. The wart biter comes out swinging. They seem well matched, heavily armed, bloodthirsty, determined. Suddenly, it's over. The wart biter abandons the field. As the wart biter hesitates, the mantis slinks away. The wart biter was stronger than she had figured. Not worth the risk. What's left of the grasshopper hasn't gotten very far on just 4 legs. The wart biter is back to finish what he started.
Hippos feed mostly on grass and must leave the safety of water to do so. They eat most often in the coolness of night. Regrettably, so do lions. This mother hippo left her youngster in the care of other females in the nursery and has ventured out alone. And to lions, a lone hippo is an opportunity. But when facing the risk of being bitten by a pair of enormous hippo jaws, it's a gamble. The only option a lion has to take down a fully grown hippo like this mother is by clawing, scratching, and biting, inflicting enough cuts so that she will eventually die through loss of blood. escaped.
In reality, the short grass plains of the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania are, for 9 months of the year, areas of peace and quiet. The more ambitious carnivores have little to hunt, but manage to survive and bring up young during the long dry season. Cheetahs here have powerful competition. She targets antelopes like Thompson's gazelles. The killing is the easier part of the process. Keeping your prized trophy is the hard part. She doesn't have the might to oust a hungry hyena, but she can give him a few scars for his trouble. It's imperative to keep the cubs at a distance. Her offspring know to stay well away.
The tagged hammerhead begins its search, scanning the sea floor for any signs of life. The stingray may be hidden beneath the sand, but it cannot hide from the incredible hunting senses of the great hammerhead shark. The shark waits for each sense to be triggered: hearing, smell, sight, electroreception, and touch. The stingray has no other option but to bolt from cover. The shark uses its hammer to pin the ray down to the seafloor and tries to get a good bite. But the ray fights back. Finally, the hammerhead locks onto the wing to immobilize its prey. But with blood in the water, a large bull shark is also on the hunt. The hammerhead returns to finish off its meal.
The design is less sleek than your typical multi-tool, but the spiny anteater, or echidna, has an array of gadgets for defense or dinner. She follows a nose that's an electro-detector. Mucus glands at the end of her snout sense the tiny electric signals emitted by insects. Prey located, she whips out her 7-inch slimy tongue, perfect to navigate convoluted ant tunnels. Her chisel-shaped nose is also an efficient crowbar to expose more succulent grubs and worms. Don't let this waddling pincushion fool you. Thousands of needle spikes are effective defensive weapons in her arsenal. This time, her nose detects more than just ants. Not that it stops her. She won't attack the lizards, but the reptile family feels safer giving those prickles a wide berth. Her spikes become more dangerous when she activates them. Even Australia's top predator, the dingo, can do nothing to damage this oddball. She contracts a layer of muscle beneath her skin to roll up and force her spines erect. These efficient pack hunters, capable of pulling down a buffalo, withdraw in frustration with this thorny customer. But the spiny anteater's greatest defense mechanism is her ability to breathe through fire. Furious bushfires regularly sweep across Australia, killing anything in their wake. Unable to outrun the blaze, the spiny anteater digs herself out of danger. She remains underground till the fire burns out. Her secret? She enters a mini hibernation and lowers her metabolism so she can breathe, despite the crazy low oxygen and toxic carbon dioxide levels during a fire.
The samurai scouts bring news that there's an army on its way. They rally the troops. But it's too late. The Bamboo Battalion is on them. The Rock Samurais are ambushed at their own entrance. When times are tough, giant killer hornets turn on their own kind. It's like on like. Giant on giant. Claws, stingers, and mandibles. All weapons deployed, and heads will roll. Disabling the enemy is the primary strategy. Beheading and severing limbs, the mandibles are the ultimate weapon of war. it's impossible to determine who's winning until the pillaging starts. The marauding bamboo giants enter the fortress. They've conquered the rock samurais, and they've struck gold. The precious nursery of developing princesses is ransacked. Next year's queens killed and cannibalized in their chambers. The sentry can do nothing but witness the devastation of her precious family.
Grit's learned a lot, but this is his ultimate test. The snake targets the head, the badger's weak spot. But where another animal might run off to find easier prey, this is a honey badger. Nothing scares him. He keeps on coming. The snake tries to run. But once the honey badger has locked onto its target, it doesn't back down. Once the badger immobilizes the snake's jaws, it's game over.
Black mambas have very few enemies in the wild, but she's about to meet her nemesis. The slender mongoose, a notorious snake killer. They may look like featherweights in the ring, but these are two of the most lethal predators on the planet. The mongoose has razor-sharp teeth and a lightning speed. But one bite from a mamba can kill 15 grown men. So imagine what it can do to a 5-pound mongoose. The mamba is lethal, but she's not tough. She relies on her venom to sedate her victims and immobilize their weapons. Here's the kicker. The mongoose has an antidote to her potion. The toxins in snake venom attach to chemical receptors in their victims and block communications between nerves and muscles. Mongoose receptors have mutated so that venom simply bounces off the muscle cells. He's literally immune to danger. The mongoose MO is to dance circles around his prey until it's exhausted. And then, the kill shot. One swift snap to the back of the head, and the spine is severed. The snake's still alive, but paralyzed. Her muscles twitch,
that her bite is gone. For the mongoose, the reward outweighs the risk. A 7-foot snake is a hearty meal for a pint-sized predator.
Squirrel colonies usually work together to fend off predators, but this female has decided to go it alone. She fluffs her tail to appear bigger, distracts the cobra, and shields her body from the snake's strikes. Sharp teeth deliver a quick bite to its tail. The cobra's strike could kill her. Drop for drop, the Cape cobra's venom is thought to be more deadly than that of the black mamba. She's batting out of her league. Her cocky confidence takes a hit as she's struck. But it's just a blade of grass. It's a reality check. She needs to back down. The action has caught the attention of a far meaner neighbor. In seconds, the squirrel's gone from snake killer to scaredy cat. She's bitten off more than she can chew. But lucky for her, this yellow mongoose is the resident cobra hitman. It's game on. Snakes to the mongoose are like peanuts to the squirrel. Guts of steel make him the perfect housemate. But he's not a freeloader. He's the colony's security system, specializing in deadly intruders. The cobra's speedy defense strike is its trump card, the only thing that'll keep him alive. They are each other's prey, but they are also each other's deadliest opponents. The mongoose circles, looking for a weakness in the cobra's defense. A quick strike needs a Matrix-style getaway. It's a battle of speed. The cobra tries intimidation, but it's not enough. They know that if either turns their back, they're a goner. They size up their weapons and punches fly. The cobra delivers its winning blow. He's been spared from becoming mongoose dinner. The mongoose is immune to a certain quantity of the cobra's venom, but right now, he's not hungry enough to push those limits.
There are more than 3,000 known species of aquatic beetles. Among them, the great diving beetle, which lives in ponds and lakes throughout the northern hemisphere. Besides a streamlined body, its most obvious adaptation to underwater life is a pair of feathered rear legs that have evolved into oars and help it maneuver underwater. But without gills, the great diving beetle cannot breathe water and periodically has to come up to the surface in order to take in air. It traps the air beneath its wing case, which it uses like a scuba tank. This bubble of air allows it to stay submerged for about 30 minutes. Like an underwater wolf, it hunts sick and weak water dwellers, and also eats carrion. It has short but sharp mandibles and can inject digestive enzymes into its prey. This monstrous-looking creature is the larval form of the great diving beetle. It's a fast, agile swimmer and also a voracious underwater hunter. But like the adults, it must return to the surface to breathe. In the spring, its main food source is tadpoles. However, after millions of years of success, these beetles are struggling. Dwindling amphibian populations in Central Europe make life harder for the great diving beetles. With food in ever shorter supply, who knows how long they will survive?
Blotched fantail ray, also known as a marble ray, for its distinctive light and dark blotched coloration. These rays are found throughout the Indo-West Pacific in a wide variety of habitats, from reefs to shallow lagoons. The ray moves its disc-like pectoral fin to cruise through the water. The marble ray can grow to 6 feet in width. The blotched fantail ray isn't aggressive, but it's cautious of strangers in the water. The ray assumes a defensive position. The ray's stinger sits near the base of its tail and contains a sharp spine with serrated edges that face the body of the fish. Its greatest weapon, a venomous gland, rests at the base of the spine. A membrane-like sheath covers the entire stinging mechanism. Anna approaches carefully to get a photo ID of the stingray. When a ray strikes, its tail shoots up, jamming a stinger into the body of its victim. The pressure from the strike tears the protective sheath. The sharp serrated edges of the spine sink in, and an excruciating venom flows into the wound. If released into a vital organ, the venom can kill a human. These bottom-dwelling hunters often hide in the sand and go unnoticed by divers. If stepped on, the ray's sting usually leaves a wound around the ankle. It's a treatable injury if it's looked after quickly enough.
Morning reveals that she's had a successful night. But her job isn't done. She must move her prize closer to her cubs. To struggle, the carcass is awkward and heavy. Every time she stops to rest, she attracts attention. The magpies will alert other carnivores and stir up the locals. The noisy crowd attracts one of the semi-feral dogs. It heads over to investigate. Dogs have a legendary sense of smell. But the wind's in her favor. And her ability to remain motionless foils this one.
Morning turns to afternoon. As the hours tick by, Nagaina still lies in wait. Finally, the spectacled cobra unfurls from its hiding place and cautiously ventures down. It seems about to make good its escape, but then pauses for a drink. Nagaina makes her move. This time, the spectacled cobra must stand and fight. Flaring its hood and displaying its aggressive markings, the smaller snake tries to exaggerate its size. But it is totally outmatched. Nagaina won't relent. Both have powerful venom. But Nagaina's armor is thicker, and she's immune to the venom of snakes on which she preys. The odds are stacked in her favor. She strikes and delivers a fatal bite. The large dose of injected poison works quickly. It's a neurotoxin, causing paralysis, suffocation, and death in minutes. The spectacled cobra tries to twist its way free. But Nagaina has too strong a grip. She begins to eat, swallowing her prey whole and still alive. Inch by inch, Nagaina's fangs draw her victim's body down her throat. All 4 feet of it. A meal this size would typically satisfy her for up to a month. But this one will have to stretch quite a bit longer. She won't eat again until she's laid her eggs and incubated them through to hatching. Which means no more hunting for several months.
with multiple mouth parts displayed. Bone-hard grappling hooks, poised to pierce and immobilize prey. But the real nightmare remains unseen. Coiled, pent-up aggression as long as an arm. And some specimens grow to twice the length of a man.
Today, there is still much to discover on Madagascar. In the last 20 years, more than 600 new species have been found. The most elusive creature on the island is an animal that was thought to be extinct for 2 decades, only rediscovered in 1957. This is an aye-aye. It leaps like a lemur. Has the long bushy tail of a fox. And gnarled spidery claws. Rodent-like incisors. Eyes that seem to look right through you. Giant, floppy ears to amplify the smallest sounds. And a long middle finger with a sinister hook. The aye-aye scours the dark forest for food. The elongated finger taps at the bark. Vibrations give away empty spaces where grubs and other prey hide. The long, hooked digit leaves the defenseless larvae with no escape. Sharp incisors drill through bark with mechanical efficiency. The aye-aye has evolved to fill the niche occupied elsewhere by woodpeckers. But its precise place in the evolutionary tree remains a mystery. Seen locally as a harbinger of death, few animals have inspired as many myths. Not even the Galapagos has an answer to this.
Vampire bats are the only bats in the world that feed on blood. It's a master of echolocation and uses bouncing ultrasonic sound waves to locate its victim. It can fly, but it prefers to sneak up on its prey from the ground. Strong hind legs and wrists support its weight, while elongated thumbs steer and push it off the ground. It can tell where the warm blood runs close to the skin, thanks to heat sensors near its nose. Dinner is served. But this vampire doesn't simply gulp down his victim's blood. There are special forces at work. With the sharpest teeth in the animal kingdom, the vampire bat gently shears away the hairs of its victim and makes a small incision in the skin. The tongue slips along the funnel-shaped bottom lip, lapping up the blood. Fine microscopic grooves line the soft tissues in the mouth. The blood flows up these narrow tubes and pours into the throat of the bat. Thanks to a local anesthetic in the bat's spit, the victim doesn't feel a thing. And a blood thinner keeps the life liquid flowing. The horse has no idea the bat is there. And the vampire feeds up to 30 minutes undisturbed. Without its blood fix every night, the bat will starve to death. But through super hearing, the vampire will recognize this horse's breathing, and tomorrow night he will return for more. This behemoth is the subject of myth and legend, with only a few having ever been seen in the wild. The Goliath bird-eating tarantula is a feared spider for good reason. It has a leg span of 11 inches and weighs over 6 ounces. It's so big, it feasts on mice and even birds. Retractable claws help the Goliath climb up any surface. When the day draws to an end, the jungle comes alive. And almost everything is on the Goliath's menu. Its eyes are small and ill-equipped for nighttime hunting, so it relies on its most fine-tuned sense: touch. Thousands of hairs along its body allow it to detect prey by feeling for vibrations. Just ahead is a gecko. The reptile seems unaware that it's just inches away from the world's biggest spider. As the Goliath's enormous fangs sink into the gecko, paralyzing venom is injected into its bloodstream. Very quickly, the gecko's organs shut down, and the venom's enzymes start digesting it from the inside out. It's a gruesome way to die. But then again, the most fearsome spider in the world wouldn't have it any other way. At the bottom of the ocean dwells a bizarre-looking creature. A fish so ancient it has remained unchanged for 300 million years. This is the hagfish. Its velvet-smooth skin lacks scales and slithers along the ocean floor. It has a skull, but no spine. Tiny holes run along the sides of its wriggling body, some for breathing and some for sliming. But its most bizarre feature is its mouth. Like something out of an alien movie. This jawless maw is made for mincing up dead bodies. Multiple rows of sharp teeth are packed on 2 bony plates. With its single nostril, it picks up the sweet scent of death. A feast has arrived. It has no fins, but its paddle-like tail makes light work of swimming. The hagfish latches on, and its mouth goes to work. Flesh is ripped from the carcass and shoved down its toothy throat. Soon, it's a frenzy of multiple mincing mouths. And to keep other hungry onlookers at bay, the hagfish excrete copious amounts of slime into the water. A shy shark snatches one, but ends up with a mouthful of snot instead. In minutes, the hagfish will strip the carcass to bone. It may be months before they find another meal like this. This is the fishing spider. This spiky-legged spider haunts fish pond residents the world over. Its good looks are enough to scare you to death. But it's its legs that are truly freaky. This bizarre arachnid not only walks on water, it can read the underwater world with its legs. Millions of tiny spikes detect vibrations on the water's surface. It can accurately judge where the movement is coming from, and even what prey item it is. A male lives in this section of the pond, and it's full of food. His back legs anchor him to the shore, while his superpowered feet get to work. Every little vibration is assessed. The fish was just out of reach. Walking on water is one thing, but this incredible spider can also breathe underwater. The waterproof hairs around the spider's abdomen create an air bubble. Its lungs look like the stacked pages of a book and draw the oxygen from the bubble. This incredible adaptation allows the fishing spider to breathe underwater. The fish may have been scared out of the spider's hunting zone, but now they're in the shallows. The fishing spider injects paralyzing venom into the fish, which slowly turns its insides into a nutritious soup. This prize catch is something worth bragging about.
This hairy frogfish has better luck. She's an expectant mother and has more at stake than just an empty stomach. She tucks behind the coral and waits. Her mouth balloons to 12 times its original size, creating a vacuum to suck in the prey. The entire process takes just 1/6,000th of a second. Far too quick for the prey to react. It's the fastest bite in the animal kingdom.
This is an assassin bug. To us, it's easy enough to spot because it moves. To its prey, that's irrelevant because it smells like one of their number. The assassin sucks its victims dry and glues their empty husks onto its back. This one is already carrying at least 20 corpses. Its irregular shape makes it hard for other predators to spot it, and makes it virtually invisible to its prey, ants. It enters this ant colony unchallenged. Its coat of ant corpses masks its own odor. To the ants, it smells like one of their own, and that's what matters. They'll even run straight over the top of it. The assassin simply takes an ant whenever it feels hungry. And the body of each victim then adds to its disguise.
A spider wasp. The wasp feeds on pollen and nectar, but she hunts as well, and wolf spiders are a favorite quarry. The wasp is relentless. The spider can run, but it cannot hide. With one venomous bite, the wasp renders the spider immobile. It's alive, but no longer kicking. While its zombified victim awaits its fate, the wasp prepares a true chamber of horrors. She'll drag the paralyzed spider into the hole, lay a single egg on her victim's abdomen, then seal up the entrance. When the egg hatches, the young wasp will feed on the zombie spider. But there's a wrinkle in her plan. Ants have spotted the paralyzed spider, and they have hungry little mouths to feed back in their own nest. The spider wasp's underground nursery is finally complete, but she's too late to stop the thieves. The spider wasp searches frantically for the missing spider. She's so agitated, she makes a fatal misstep. The hunter becomes the hunted. Sucked into the lair of the antlion as one brute finishes off another. A sandy wasteland. Its savage ruler lies hidden beneath the sand. Its presence revealed only by catapulted corpses. The grisly remains of discarded victims. Empty shells of insects, murdered and tossed aside. But by what? By this, the antlion, the spawn of the netherworld. This is its lair. Digging backwards in the sand, the antlion creates a funnel-shaped burrow. Then, it buries itself to lie in wait for its next victim. The ants have no idea that a trap lies below. A firebug loses its grip on the sand and slips down the funnel into waiting jaws. Once he pulls his catch into the sand, the antlion injects it with poison and digestive enzymes and sucks out its liquefied guts. Then it throws the empty bug shell up, and away. If the victims don't slide down on their own, the antlion launches an assault. Struggling only makes matters worse. Finally, the assassin reaches up to make the kill, injecting its toxic cocktail. Resistance is futile. Once you've fallen into the lion's den, there's only one way for this horror story to end.
It's the only arachnid known to live exclusively underwater. It has no fins or gills, but this amazing spider doesn't need them. It builds its very own submarine air supply. This bubble is its lifeline, its homemade scuba tank. To construct the bubble, this male swims to the surface and pops his butt into the air. Like the fishing spider, the air bubble around his abdomen allows him to breathe through his book lungs. This odd, crab-like swimmer collects several bubbles from the surface to create a large reservoir of oxygen. This is the spider's sanctuary, where it will feed and rest. Thanks to evolution, it has been given the tools to conquer an entire ecosystem. From a distance, it looks like an ordinary wild hog. Up close, it's a walking dental disaster. Its real name is babirusa, and it is found in the jungles of Indonesia. You'd also be shy if you looked like this. The females are plainly pig-like. But as male babirusas mature, their upper canines rotate in the jaw, pushing through the roof of the snout in the opposite direction. Such a radical adaptation must have an important purpose. But scientists aren't sure what the real point is. The fang face is an omnivore, but his teeth aren't used for killing prey or even digging up roots. The fangs are brittle and break easily. So brittle that when males fight, they box with their forelegs and keep their teeth out of the way. But these teeth have an even more sinister twist. They will never stop growing. In old males, they can curl towards the forehead, even piercing the skull. The one thing scientists do know is that bigger males with longer fangs attract more mates. These ladies have interesting taste in partners. Imagine having to deal with a grumpy male with a tooth growing into his skull.
Mercury, the black mamba, has found the ideal snake nursery. But this is not a private birthing ward. This custom-built termite mound is rigged with surveillance equipment and delicate lighting. She will be depositing her precious cargo live on television. The vigil at Mercury's nest site continues for 4 long days and nights. And then, the true purpose of her mission emerges. One by one they appear. Not hard like a bird's egg, but soft, pliable, and leathery to the touch. The parchment-like eggshell is permeable, allowing gases in and out so the embryo can breathe inside. Over the next 90 days, the eggs will continue to swell in size and weight while the embryos develop. "24 hours later, exhausted, Mercury has deposited all of her 14 eggs. It's now time for her to restore her depleted energy, drink fresh water, hunt, and survive. Safe in their secret chamber, 14 new super snakes are coming to life. Three moons have waxed and waned since Mercury laid her eggs. Inside each of the leathery shells, a miniature mamba has been rapidly developing. The embryo extracts calcium from the shell and nutrition from the yolk sac and lengthens rapidly, gradually resembling a long, slender snake. Three months later, a new generation of mambas is ready to enter the world. The young snakes don't exit immediately, preferring to move around in the egg and absorb the remainder of the egg yolk, which will sustain them until their first kill. These tiny mambas have fully developed venom glands, deadly enough to kill a man just minutes after birth. One by one, the baby mambas emerge from their nursery. 20 inches long, independent, and already capable of catching prey the size of a small rat.
Deep on the ocean floor, the sand striker, or bobbit worm, waits, with multiple mouth parts displayed. Bone-hard grappling hooks, poised to pierce and immobilize prey. But the real nightmare remains unseen. Coiled, pent-up aggression as long as an arm. And some specimens grow to twice the length of a man. As night falls, many sand strikers emerge to feast. It's a bad neighborhood to hang out in. But fish are fast, and the sand strikers are feeding blind. They don't have eyes or a brain. They react only if one of their antennae is triggered, or if a shadow lingers. Patience. Gotcha. And the sand strikers are just getting started. It's time for the main course. Underground, there's plenty of storage space. Anything on the seabed is fair game. Even spikes and venom are no match. Gone in seconds. Massacre over. The strikers withdraw to digest. Until the next time.
Flying foxes give birth in daylight hours while hanging upside down. The baby emerges head first and is caught in the mother's wings. The baby suckles from a teat in her wing pit. She'll give him milk for at least 6 weeks after birth. Baby bats, or pups, can't regulate their body temperatures, so it's very important that he stays as close to mum as possible. If it's too cold, she can wrap her wings tightly around the pup. On the days when it's too hot, she can gently fan him with her wing.
"16-month-old Rhea and her larger brother Taj have spent their whole lives here on Leopard Rock, nurtured and protected by their mother. But now, for the first time, their happy family is about to be rocked. Their mother has come into estrus. She's ready to mate again. Her alluring aroma has attracted attention. A large male has come into the area to investigate. Adult males only seek out company when they're looking to mate. But encounters are fraught with danger. He could attack any leopard he can't mate with. And over half of leopard cubs are killed by males. So Rhea and Taj's mother has a stark choice to make. She can stay and mate with him here while trying to protect her cubs. Or she can leave to mate elsewhere, drawing the threat away, but leaving Rhea and Taj to fend for themselves. As the big male approaches, the cubs are unaware of their mother's dilemma and the potential danger they're in. They watch as she disappears into the brush with the large male.
Over the course of the summer, the yaks have moved to higher ground to escape the heat. The old male has followed them. Adult snow leopards need to make a kill about every 10 days. He becomes part of the landscape, creeping closer. The yaks smell him, but even with their excellent vision, they don't see him. He sets his sights on a youngster that's wandered away. The herd scatters. The leopard won't let go. Then the calf's mother rushes in, risking her own life to save her offspring. The big cat hangs on, but the mother charges again, trying to shake the predator loose. A wingman shows up to boost the defense. It's a remarkable escape, and the leopard slinks off, frustrated. The entire herd gathers around the traumatized youngster. Yaks are incredibly social animals.
Times are tough, especially for this mother. She has cubs to feed. Her son, Kumal, is 8 months old and no longer suckling milk. He needs fresh meat. Kumal has watched his mother hunt since he was only 5 months old. And one day, he will have to provide for himself. In the meantime, he and his sister, Mitra, can eat like kings. This deer will keep the family content for the next few days. At this age, Kumal and Mitra are totally dependent on their mother for food, while their father relentlessly protects them and his territory against intruders. In a takeover, a new male may kill the cubs to sire his own. For now, the jungle is their playground, and Kumal and Mitra spend their days blissfully unaware of the dangers that lie ahead.
The northern sea otter thrives in Prince William Sound on the warmer south coast. Here, the waters never get cold enough to freeze over. But even in May, there's still a chilly 40 degrees. It's not exactly a warm and cushy nursery for the colony's most recent arrivals. A handful of newborns. These 3-week-old pups are helpless, unable to swim or stay warm on their own. They won't survive without their devoted mothers, who care for the babies single-handedly. Fathers play no part in raising their young. In this protective cove, the retreating tide exposes a small island. The mothers seize the opportunity to turn it into an otter spa. Grooming their pups traps air in their fur, which keeps them buoyant and insulates them from the cold. With their pups cleaned and fluffed, the doting mothers return to the sea. It's time to catch dinner. This is the riskiest part of an otter mother's routine. She has to leave her pup unattended. While she hunts for fish, her pup floats like a cork. At this age, he's vulnerable, unable to swim or dive to escape predators. Bald eagles will add otter pup to their diet if they get the chance. This pup's not up for grabs. She'll care for him round the clock for another 6 months, until her pup is weaned and can fend for himself. And only then can one of nature's hardest working mothers take a break.
At 2 months old, they have yet to learn how dangerous their world is. Hyenas and leopards are notorious cub killers. Less than half of lion cubs get to see their first birthday. And even fewer make it to adulthood. But the greatest risk of all is from other lions. Rosa's on edge. A lioness has appeared alarmingly close to the cubs. It's not one Nathan recognizes. Rosa's not taking any chances. Gets the message, but doesn't move off completely.
The female's keeping her distance. I think she got her lesson from the mother, having a brief fight and lots of growling.
It wasn't a vicious attack by lion standards, suggesting this female is from Rosa's own pride, the MKs.
If she was a female from another pride, I think she would be really aggressive and see her off completely.
Most lionesses would have introduced their cubs to the rest of the pride by now. But Rosa's a cautious mother and hasn't taken that step yet. She may not be ready, but Spotty, her pluckiest cub, is.
I think these cubs are very curious, this other female, who she is, why they're not allowed to go and see her. I'm sure the cubs are very bored of each other and their own mothers, and the chance to play with someone else would be just so tempting. This might be the first introduction to another lion. So this is a bit of a new experience, you know, who's this other person? Can we play with them?
The cubs seem fascinated with their new playmate. This female from their pride isn't a threat. She may well be their aunt. But Rose is still anxious. With the recent invasion of the nomad males in the valley, the cubs might be better off under the protection of the pride. But for now, Rose is still choosing to keep them hidden.
Pythons have lived in Africa for millions of years, long before humans arrived on the scene. The snake we see today has changed little from its prehistoric forebears. It's among the world's most primitive snakes. The small, thorn-like projections on their lower body, known as pelvic spurs, are thought to be vestiges of a time when these animals had hind legs. This is Squeeze. A pair of hind legs might actually come in handy right now, as she's weighed down by eggs inside her. They've grown to the point where it's hard to make much progress. Each egg weighs about as much as a billiard ball. That's around 50 billiard balls she's been hauling around for weeks. She's ready to lighten her load, but she can't just dump them anywhere. She's been searching for the right spot for weeks. This hollow at the base of an old silver oak tree could provide shelter from the elements, hide her eggs from predators, and keep them at a constant temperature. For an animal capable of such massive displays of power, she can be surprisingly maternal. She arranges her eggs in a pile and coils around them tightly. Of all the snakes in the world, the African rock python is one of only a few that actually cares for its young. All the others simply lay or give birth and leave. Without her protection, Squeeze's eggs would be easy pickings for monitor lizards and mongooses. She'll stand guard for the next 90 days, leaving the hollow only to bask in the sun and return to warm her eggs with her reheated body.
Bears are dangerous opportunists. They'll hunt, scavenge, and forage to survive. They'll also attack their own kind. In spring, female bears roam the karst, accompanied by young cubs. They're fiercely protective, especially when faced with a male that would readily kill the cubs to bring the female back into estrus. The male weighs his odds. The young cubs are oblivious to the danger, but their mother goes on the offensive instead of waiting for an attack. The male is not up for the fight. With the threat gone, the young bears devote themselves completely to play. They're learning how to get around in the karst, growing stronger and more confident as they explore. Their mother stays close, teaching them what being a bear is all about. By the time they're 2, they'll be on their own. But for now, they're safe under their mother's watchful eye.
In March, meltwater from 70,000 square miles drains into the Yellowstone River. By May, streams begin to swell. With the big melt, bison begin a migration to higher ground. They must cross swollen rivers to reach summer pasture. The calves stay close, even when their mothers lead them into dangerous waters. A calf takes the plunge, and instantly, it's in deep water. It takes all of its effort to keep up with its mother. As the rest of the herd piles in, chaos ensues. Lose your footing and the river takes you. Even the strongest are lost. The same current drags the calf down. Maternal instinct is fierce, but so is the river. The cow uses her body as a shield, breaking the current. In her lee, the calf makes headway, while others falter. They've escaped the water's deadly grip. The bison herd will continue the journey to higher pastures in the heart of Yellowstone.
During a good grooming session, friendships and alliances can be formed. And status reaffirmed. With first-time motherhood on the horizon, Sarah is curious about the newborns. And she's taken a liking to Anna's son. Sarah outranks everyone around her. It means she can do as she pleases, including kidnapping. Anna watches in shock as her son is carried away. Abducting another female's infant is not a typical Tokmakak behavior. But pregnant Sarah appears to want to mother Anna's son. Anna doesn't quite know what to do. With her low ranking, she can't just take him back. And the kidnapper is not giving him up. The infant needs to suckle. In this heat, he could quickly become dehydrated. He tries to drink from Sarah, but she hasn't got any milk yet. Anna desperately needs to get him back.
Among all the bears migrating to Churchill, mothers and cubs travel the slowest. They will be among the last to arrive. The odds of both these newborns surviving their journey is only about 65%. So it falls to their mother to do all she can to tip the balance in their favor. Her cubs still lack their layer of insulating fat and are in danger of freezing to death in the frigid water. So she takes frequent breaks to let her cubs dry off in the summer sun. Traveling this way is not only much slower, it's also more dangerous. With hundreds of hungry males already stalking the shoreline, a neglected cub could make for an easy meal. When desperate, polar bears will eat cubs. This male has gone months without a meal. One of Polar Mom's newborns could be his chance. When Polar Mom stops to give her cubs a break, the male moves in. But Polar Mom catches his scent on the wind without a moment to lose. She runs just far enough, showing him there are no easy grab-and-go opportunities. And the male decides against a lengthy foot chase. But this is a warning to Polar Mom. As they continue toward Churchill, her cubs will be safer in deeper cover.
The cubs, who are now around 4 months old, are in great condition. And their mothers also look well fed and healthy.
I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, they're doing so well compared to, a few weeks ago with the nomads coming through and chasing everyone around. It's all looking really good for them.
Up until now, the mothers have kept their cubs hidden from the rest of the pride. But today, they have visitors. The punks have come to keep an eye on their offspring and are lurking just 60 feet away.
So this is the first time we've seen the mothers and the cubs and Axel and Mohawk here together. I think this is kind of the beginning of the introduction for the cubs to the rest of the pride. It's quite late, in my opinion, from what I've seen before, but it certainly seems to be happening.
Ever since the nomads invaded, the mothers have been especially nervous about anyone coming near their cubs. Zuri, first-time mother of 2, is far from welcoming.
The mom is really snarling at the males, basically telling them to keep away. So they're keeping their distance quite well behaved.
The cubs sense her fear.
It's interesting behavior to watch. Mohawk and Axel just sitting there, looking over, but also at the same time kind of almost looking away as if they're not paying attention. The punks are the fathers of these cubs, so there's no real threat there. But the mothers are a little bit unsettled, moving around. They're not quite at ease at the moment.
Axel and Mohawk wisely keep watch from a distance.
Oh, there's another female over there.
It's a lioness from the MK Pride. Unlike the males, she's allowed to approach.
So really interesting, the third female came over and joined the mother and cubs, and there was no sign of aggression. They totally accepted it, which was fantastic to see.
It's not surprising. This new female is Rosa and Zuri's mother, the cub's grandmother.
It's really nice to see that sort of acceptance, and they're very, very calm with each other.
Seeing how relaxed they are, Nathan thinks this isn't the first time the cubs have met their grandmother.
Because the cubs actually know her well enough that they're not sort of going over and curious, playing and sort of seeing who she is.
Granny settles in with the newest members of the family. But the fathers will have to be patient a little longer.